Welcome, we're so happy you tuned in tonight. Before we get started, I'd love to know, where are you watching from? Drop it in the comments. Now, let's get comfortable and drift into deep, peaceful sleep together. In the time before memory, before the first clay tablets were pressed with wedge-shaped marks, before the first pyramids rose from the desert sands, there existed a relationship between humanity and the cosmos that was wordless, profound, and utterly essential to survival. Picture, if you will, a world without the glow of electric lights, without the hum of cities, without even the flicker of oil lamps behind shuttered windows. In this darkness, which was the natural state of the world for most of human existence, the night sky was not merely a backdrop to human activity, but rather a living presence, a vast canvas of light that commanded attention and inspired wonder in equal measure. When the sun dipped below the horizon and the fires were built for warmth and protection, ancient peoples would inevitably turn their eyes upward to witness a spectacle that modern city dwellers can scarcely imagine. Thousands upon thousands of brilliant points of light stretching from horizon to horizon, so dense in places that they seemed to form a luminous river flowing across the vault of heaven. These early humans, our distant ancestors who lived in caves and temporary shelters, who followed the migrations of animals and the ripening of wild plants, quickly realized that the lights above them were not random or chaotic. Night after night, generation after generation, the same patterns appeared, wheeling slowly across the sky in a great cosmic dance that seemed eternal and unchanging. The stars rose in the east and set in the west, just as the sun did. But while the sun's path varied with the seasons, the stars maintained their relationships to one another with perfect constancy. A configuration that resembled a hunter would always appear in the same form, season after season, century after century. A cluster that looked like a dipper or a bear or a dragon would never alter its shape, never scatter or reform, but would march across the heavens with the dignity of something timeless and fundamental to the structure of reality itself. This was humanity's first encounter with cosmic order, with the realization that beneath the apparent chaos of daily existence, there existed patterns of such reliability that one could stake one's life upon them. And indeed, people did stake their lives on these patterns. The herders who moved their flocks across vast grasslands learned to read the sky as a map, noting which stars rose above which landmarks, using the celestial sphere as a guide through territories that had no roads, no signposts, no written directions. The farmers settling into the first permanent communities discovered that the stars told them when to plant and when to harvest, when the rains would come and when the dry season would begin. When certain stars appeared on the eastern horizon just before dawn, they knew that winter was approaching and provisions must be secured. When other configurations dominated the night sky, they understood that spring had arrived and seeds must be committed to the earth. The stars became a calendar more reliable than human memory, more consistent than the vagaries of weather, a clock that tracked not hours but seasons, not days but epochs. The first scientists were not men in white coats peering through microscopes in sterile laboratories, but weather-beaten individuals who spent their nights memorizing the positions and movements of celestial lights, who passed this knowledge down through oral traditions, who understood that survival itself depended on reading the book of the heavens correctly. As human societies grew more complex and more numerous, different cultures across the world began to impose their own meanings onto the patterns they observed. The Greeks, with their rich tradition of mythology and storytelling, saw in the stars the figures of their gods and heroes frozen in an eternal tableau. They identified Orion the hunter, forever pursuing the Pleiades across the sky, his belt of 3 bright stars unmistakable even to the casual observer. They recognized Ursa Major and Ursa Minor, the great and small bears, circling endlessly around the celestial pole. They traced out Cassiopeia, the vain queen, Andromeda, the princess, Perseus, the hero who saved her, and dozens of other figures from their mythological canon. In China, meanwhile, astronomers organized the heavens into a celestial empire that mirrored the terrestrial one, with palaces and courts and officials, with a purple forbidden enclosure surrounding the pole star, with celestial dragons and phoenixes marking the seasons. The Egyptians, whose civilization depended entirely on the annual flooding of the Nile, watched the heliacal rising of Sirius, the dog star, whose appearance just before dawn coincided with the river's flood and marked the beginning of their new year. In Polynesia, navigators learned to read not just individual stars but entire star paths, tracking the rising and setting points of dozens of celestial bodies to guide their canoes across thousands of miles of open ocean. These constellation stories were not mere entertainment or whimsy. They served as mnemonic devices, ways of encoding and transmitting essential information across generations in societies that had not yet developed writing. By embedding astronomical knowledge in narrative form, in stories of gods and heroes and animals, ancient peoples ensured that the crucial patterns would be remembered and passed down intact. When Orion rose in the eastern sky at dusk, people knew that winter had arrived. When the Pleiades, that tight cluster of stars the Greeks called the Seven Sisters, disappeared from the evening sky, it was time to begin planting. When certain stars dominated the pre-dawn hours, sailors knew which winds to expect and traders knew which routes would be safe. The myths were maps, the stories were science, and the heavens themselves were a text that every member of society learned to read from childhood. This was education before schools, astronomy before telescopes, a science that required nothing more than clear skies, patient observation, and the accumulated wisdom of countless previous generations. Recognizing the importance of tracking celestial movements, many ancient civilizations invested enormous resources in constructing permanent observatories, monuments of stone that aligned with key astronomical events and served as both temples and scientific instruments. In Mesopotamia, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers where the first cities arose, priests climbed to the tops of massive stepped pyramids called ziggurats to observe the heavens and record their findings on clay tablets. These observations, accumulated over centuries, allowed Babylonian astronomers to predict eclipses, to track the movements of planets, to develop sophisticated mathematical models of celestial mechanics. Thousands of miles away, in the jungles of Central America, the Maya built towering pyramids with staircases aligned to catch the sun at the exact moments of the equinoxes and solstices, creating dramatic displays of light and shadow that mark the turning points of the year. The main pyramid at Chichen Itza, dedicated to the feathered serpent god Kukulkan, was designed so that on the spring and autumn equinoxes, the angle of the sun would create the illusion of a serpent descending the northern staircase, a breathtaking demonstration of astronomical precision achieved without modern instruments. On a windswept plain in southern Britain, Neolithic peoples erected Stonehenge, a monument of massive stone blocks arranged in circles and horseshoe patterns that aligned with the midsummer sunrise and midwinter sunset. The construction of this monument required thousands of hours of labour, the transport of stones weighing many tons across distances of hundreds of miles, all for the purpose of marking humanity's relationship with the cosmos. In China, imperial astronomers worked from tall observation towers, meticulously recording the positions of stars, planets, comets, and meteors. These records, maintained continuously for thousands of years, would later prove invaluable to modern astronomers studying historical supernovae and other transient celestial events. In each case, in each culture, the message was clear. Understanding the heavens was not a luxury, but a necessity. Not mere curiosity, but essential knowledge that justified the commitment of society's most precious resources. For all their symbolic and calendrical importance, the stars served an even more immediately practical purpose as navigational aids, particularly for those who ventured far from familiar territory. Long before the invention of the magnetic compass, before the development of accurate maps, before GPS satellites circled the Earth broadcasting timing signals, travellers relied on the stars to find their way through unknown lands and trackless seas. The most famous of all navigation stars was Polaris, the North Star, which happens through cosmic coincidence to lie almost directly above Earth's North Pole, making it appear stationary while all other stars wheel around it. By locating Polaris and measuring its angle above the horizon, navigators could determine their latitude with reasonable accuracy. Desert caravans crossing the Sahara kept Polaris to one side and Orion's belt as a reference line, maintaining their heading across featureless expanses of sand where a wrong turn meant death from thirst. But the most impressive celestial navigation was practiced by Polynesian voyagers who settled the vast Pacific, sailing in double-hulled canoes across thousands of miles of open ocean without instruments, using only their knowledge of stars, waves, birds, and clouds. These Pacific navigators developed a system of such sophistication that it staggers modern understanding. They memorized the rising and setting points of dozens of stars along the horizon, divided into a compass of 32 houses, They knew which stars passed directly over which islands, allowing them to sail beneath a moving star and arrive at a destination beyond the horizon. They understood the relationship between stars and ocean swells, reading the patterns of waves reflected off distant islands invisible below the curve of the Earth. They watched for certain birds whose presence indicated land within a specific range. They read the colour of the water and the types of clouds. But always, it was the stars that formed the foundation of their knowledge, the reliable constant in an ever-changing seascape. In effect, each voyage was a dialogue with the cosmos itself, with humanity using the ancient lights to plot courses across the newest and most challenging frontier, a conversation between the transient and the eternal, between human ambition and cosmic stability. As civilizations matured and human curiosity deepened, mere observation was no longer sufficient. People began asking not just where the stars were, but why they moved as they did, what governed their motions, what their existence meant. In Babylon, astronomers accumulated centuries of meticulous observations, recording the positions of planets against the background stars, noting the regular patterns in their movements, and developing mathematical models to predict future positions. They discovered that eclipses followed predictable cycles, that the planets moved in complex but ultimately regular patterns, that the universe operated according to rules that could be understood and predicted. This was perhaps the first great insight of mathematical astronomy, that the cosmos was not capricious but lawful, not random but ordered according to principles that human minds could comprehend. The Greeks inherited this Babylonian knowledge and transformed it through their unique philosophical approach. Pythagoras and his followers believed that numbers were the fundamental reality underlying all existence, and they sought cosmic harmonies expressed in mathematical ratios. Plato envisioned a universe of perfect geometric forms, with the heavenly bodies moving in perfect circles at constant speeds, driven by something he called the world soul. Aristotle, whose influence would dominate European thought for 2,000 years, developed a comprehensive cosmological system in which the Earth stood motionless at the centre of the universe, while everything else revolved around it in a series of concentric spheres. The stars, fixed to the outermost sphere, were composed of a fifth element called quintessence or ether, eternal and unchanging, fundamentally different from the four earthly elements of earth, water, air, and fire. This celestial realm was perfect and incorruptible, while the terrestrial realm beneath the moon was subject to change and decay. It was a beautiful theory, aesthetically pleasing and philosophically satisfying, but it had a critical flaw. It wasn't true. Nevertheless, Aristotle's framework would shape astronomical thinking for millennia. Hipparchus, perhaps the greatest observational astronomer of antiquity, spent years cataloguing the positions and brightnesses of stars, creating the first true star atlas. In the process, he made a startling discovery. Comparing his observations with those made centuries earlier, he realized that the celestial pole had shifted, that the point around which the stars appeared to rotate had slowly migrated over time. He had discovered the precession of the equinoxes, a phenomenon caused by the slow wobble of Earth's axis that takes approximately 26,000 years to complete a full cycle. This was a profound revelation. The heavens themselves were not absolutely fixed, but participated in changes so gradual that only centuries of careful observation could detect them. The pinnacle of ancient astronomy was achieved in Alexandria, the great cosmopolitan city on Egypt's Mediterranean coast, where Greek, Egyptian, and Jewish learning mingled and cross-fertilized. The Library of Alexandria, perhaps the most famous repository of knowledge in the ancient world, gathered scrolls and manuscripts from across the known world, and among its scholars were some of the finest scientific minds of the age. Eratosthenes, serving as the library's third chief librarian, used simple geometry and careful observation to measure the circumference of the Earth with remarkable accuracy. He knew that at noon on the summer solstice, the sun shone directly down a well in Syene, casting no shadow. On the same day in Alexandria, roughly 500 miles north, vertical objects cast shadows of a measurable angle. Using this angle and the distance between the two cities, Eratosthenes calculated Earth's circumference to within a few percent of the true value, a stunning achievement using only ancient technology. Claudius Ptolemy, working in Alexandria several centuries later, synthesized all of Greek astronomical knowledge into a comprehensive work called the Almagest. His geocentric model, with Earth at the centre and all celestial bodies revolving around it, in combinations of circular motions called epicycles, could predict planetary positions with impressive accuracy. Though we now know this model was fundamentally incorrect, it represented a remarkable intellectual achievement, a mathematical framework that could account for the apparent motions of the heavens as seen from Earth. When the Western Roman Empire collapsed and Europe descended into centuries of political fragmentation and intellectual stagnation, the torch of astronomical learning was carried forward by scholars in the Islamic world. From Spain to Persia, from North Africa to Central Asia, Muslim astronomers preserved the works of the Greeks, translated them into Arabic, and expanded upon them with new observations and theoretical insights. In Baghdad, the Caliph established the House of Wisdom, a combination library, observatory and research institution where scholars from different traditions collaborated on scientific projects. Observatories were built in Damascus, Samarkand, Cordoba and other cities, equipped with large instruments for measuring celestial positions with unprecedented precision. Al-Battani refined the star catalogues inherited from Ptolemy, correcting errors and adding new observations. He calculated the length of the year with extraordinary accuracy and improved the understanding of the precession of the equinoxes. Ibn al-Haytham, known in the West as Al-Hazan, made fundamental contributions to optics, studying the nature of light and vision in ways that would later influence the development of telescopes. The astrolabe, an intricate handheld device for measuring the positions of stars and telling time, was perfected during this period and became an essential tool for astronomers, navigators, and surveyors throughout the medieval world. The Islamic astronomers didn't simply preserve ancient knowledge, they added to it substantially, and many of the stars we see today still bear the Arabic names given to them during this golden age. Aldebaran, the bright red eye of Taurus the bull, takes its name from the Arabic Aldebaran, meaning the follower, as it seems to follow the Pleiades across the sky. Betelgeuse, the red supergiant marking Orion's shoulder, derives from an Arabic phrase whose exact original form is debated, but relates to the central figure. Rigel, Orion's bright blue foot, comes from Rigel, meaning foot. Deneb, Vega, Altair, Algol, Fomalhaut. Dozens of the brightest stars carry Arabic names that reflect centuries of Islamic astronomical tradition. Moreover, Islamic astronomy preserved and transmitted to medieval Europe the knowledge that would eventually spark the scientific revolution, ensuring that the accumulated wisdom of antiquity was not lost, but remained available when European civilization was ready to resume its own scientific development. That resumption began in earnest during the Renaissance when a Polish canon named Nicholas Copernicus quietly proposed a radical idea. What if the Earth was not the centre of the universe but merely one of several planets revolving around the Sun? Copernicus spent decades developing his heliocentric model, working in isolation and delaying publication until the end of his life, aware that his ideas contradicted both ancient authority and religious doctrine. His book, De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium, published in 1543, the year of his death, initiated a profound transformation in human understanding of our place in the cosmos. If Earth was just another planet, then perhaps the heavens and Earth were not fundamentally different realms. Perhaps the same laws governed both. Perhaps humanity did not occupy a privileged position at the centre of creation, but was instead situated in a vast cosmos where we are merely one small part of a much larger whole. These implications would take generations to fully absorb, but the seed had been planted. Tycho Brahe, a Danish nobleman with a passion for precision measurement, built elaborate observatories equipped with massive instruments for measuring celestial positions with unprecedented accuracy. Working before the invention of the telescope, Tycho compiled observations that were far more accurate than any that had come before, though he himself never accepted Copernicus's heliocentric model, preferring a compromise system with the planets orbiting the Sun while the Sun orbited Earth. Tycho's meticulous data would prove invaluable to his assistant Johannes Kepler, a German mathematician who inherited Tycho's observations after his death. Kepler spent years trying to fit Tycho's data to circular orbits, the shape that ancient philosophy insisted must govern celestial motions, but the observations stubbornly refused to match the theory. Finally, in a moment of intellectual courage, Kepler abandoned circles and tried ellipses, and suddenly everything fell into place. Planets moved in elliptical orbits with the Sun at one focus, sweeping out equal areas in equal times, their speeds varying according to mathematical laws that Kepler was able to formulate precisely. This was revolutionary. The cosmos obeyed mathematical laws, but they were not the simple circular perfection imagined by the ancients. Reality, it turned out, was more subtle and more beautiful than philosophy had supposed. Then came Galileo Galilei, who turned a newly invented device called the telescope toward the heavens, and saw things that transformed astronomy overnight. The moon was not a perfect sphere, but had mountains and valleys, shadows and relief, geography. Jupiter had moons of its own, 4 bright satellites orbiting the giant planet just as planets orbited the Sun, proving that not everything in the cosmos revolved around Earth. Venus showed phases like the Moon, which made sense only if it orbited the Sun. And the Milky Way, that hazy band of light arching across the night sky, resolved under magnification into countless individual stars, revealing that the universe was far larger and more populous than anyone had imagined. The new astronomy required new physics, and Isaac Newton provided it. His laws of motion and universal gravitation, published in the Principia Mathematica in 1687, showed that the same force that made apples fall from trees also kept the moon in orbit around Earth, and Earth in orbit around the Sun. The heavens and Earth were unified under a single set of physical laws, mathematical and testable and universal. With Newton's laws, astronomers could calculate planetary positions into the distant future, could predict the return of comets, could discover new planets by observing the perturbations they caused in the orbits of known ones. The cosmos had become comprehensible, subject to human understanding in a way that would have seemed miraculous to ancient stargazers. As telescopes improved, astronomy became increasingly technological, dependent on ever larger instruments that gathered more light and revealed fainter objects. In the 19th century, astronomers developed spectroscopy, the technique of analysing the light from stars by spreading it into its component colours. Different elements absorbed and emitted light at specific wavelengths, leaving distinctive fingerprints in stellar spectra. Suddenly, astronomers could determine the chemical composition of stars, could measure their temperatures, could detect their motions toward or away from Earth through the Doppler shift of spectral lines. The stars were no longer just points of light but chemical laboratories, physics experiments conducted on scales beyond human imagination. The 20th century brought telescopes of unprecedented size and sophistication. The 100-inch telescope at Mount Wilson, completed in 1917, allowed Edwin Hubble to resolve individual stars in spiral nebulae, proving they were separate galaxies far beyond the Milky Way. The 200-inch Hale telescope at Palomar, dedicated in 1948, pushed deeper into space, revealing galaxies by the millions, quasars at the edge of the visible universe, and the large-scale structure of the cosmos itself. In 1990, the Hubble Space Telescope was launched into orbit above Earth's obscuring atmosphere, providing views of unprecedented clarity and capturing images that would become iconic. The pillars of creation in the Eagle Nebula, the deep field images showing thousands of galaxies in a tiny patch of sky, the spectacular colours of dying stars wrapped in planetary nebulae. Modern astronomy revealed that stars are born from collapsing clouds of gas and dust, that they spend most of their lives fusing hydrogen into helium in their cores, that they die in various ways depending on their mass, sometimes gently puffing off their outer layers, sometimes exploding catastrophically in supernovae that briefly outshine entire galaxies. These supernovae scatter the elements forged in stellar cores and in the explosion itself, enriching the interstellar medium with carbon, oxygen, iron, and all the other elements necessary for planets and life. Today we observe the universe across the entire electromagnetic spectrum, from long wavelength radio waves to high-energy gamma rays. Radio telescopes listen to emissions from cold gas clouds and spinning pulsars. Infrared telescopes see through dust clouds to observe star formation in action. X-ray telescopes detect the intense radiation from matter spiralling into black holes. Gravitational wave observatories sense the ripples in space-time itself caused by colliding black holes and neutron stars. We have learned that the observable universe contains hundreds of billions of galaxies, each containing hundreds of billions of stars, numbers so vast they lose meaning. We know that we are made of star stuff, that every atom in our bodies except hydrogen was forged in the nuclear furnaces of stars or in supernova explosions, that we are literally the children of dead stars, cosmic recycling on the grandest scale. The calcium in our bones, the iron in our blood, the carbon in our cells, all were created in stars that lived and died before our sun was born, before our planet existed, before life emerged from ancient seas. We carry within us the ashes of stellar fires, reminders that we are not separate from the cosmos, but fundamentally part of it, connected to the most distant stars by an unbroken chain of physical processes stretching back to the Big Bang itself. And yet, despite all this knowledge, despite all our sophisticated instruments and mathematical theories, something essential remains unchanged from those ancient nights when our ancestors first looked up in wonder. The stars still shine, still wheel across the sky in their eternal patterns, still mark the passage of seasons and years. On a clear night far from city lights, you can still see the Milky Way arching overhead, still pick out Orion and Ursa Major and the Pleiades, the same constellations that Babylonian shepherds watched from hillsides 4,000 years ago, that guided Polynesian voyagers across the Pacific, that inspired Greek poets and Arab astronomers and Renaissance scientists. The stars we see tonight are the same stars that shone on the pyramids, on Stonehenge, on the Maya temples. They connect us across vast stretches of time to all the humans who came before us, who looked up and wondered, who sought patterns and meanings, who used the stars to navigate and to mark time, to tell stories and to do science. Most of us live now in cities where light pollution obscures all but the brightest stars, where the night sky is a dim shadow of what our ancestors knew, but the stars remain above us nevertheless, ancient lights burning across impossible distances, photons that have travelled for years or centuries or millennia to reach our eyes. When we sleep beneath them, we sleep beneath the same watchful presence that has accompanied humanity since the beginning, a reminder of our cosmic context, of the vast universe of which we are such a small yet integral part, and of the deep human need to look upward, to wonder, to seek understanding of our place in the immensity of space and time. The nature of that understanding has shifted profoundly over the generations, moving from the mythological to the mathematical, from the personal to the statistical, yet perhaps losing something essential in the translation. Ancient peoples saw the stars as intimate companions, as gods and heroes and animals whose stories were woven into daily life, whose rising and setting marked births and deaths and harvests and voyages. Each star had meaning, each constellation carried weight. Modern astronomy, for all its magnificent achievements, has rendered the stars into objects of physics and chemistry, into masses and luminosities and spectral types, into data points in vast catalogues containing billions of entries. We know far more about stars than any ancient astronomer could have imagined, yet we feel them far less. A child in ancient Mesopotamia could name dozens of stars and tell you stories about each one, could point out where Mars was wandering through the zodiac, could predict when the next eclipse would darken the sun. A modern child might recognise the Big Dipper and perhaps Orion, might know in an abstract way that stars are distant suns, but the sky holds no personal meaning, carries no stories, marks nothing important in their lives. We have gained comprehension but lost connection, acquired knowledge but surrendered intimacy. This transformation reflects a broader change in humanity's relationship with the natural world. For most of human history, survival depended on close observation of nature, on knowing the patterns of weather and seasons, the behaviours of animals, the cycles of plants, the movements of celestial bodies. Every person was by necessity an amateur naturalist and astronomer, accumulating knowledge through direct experience, passing it down through careful instruction. The modern world has insulated us from these necessities. We live in climate-controlled environments, buy food grown by others in places we never visit, navigate with GPS satellites rather than stars, tell time by atomic clocks synchronized across the globe. We no longer need the stars for any practical purpose, and so we have stopped paying attention to them, allowing the oldest human knowledge to fade from memory within a single generation. There is something melancholy about this loss, this severing of a connection that persisted for hundreds of thousands of years, that defined what it meant to be human for far longer than agriculture or cities, or writing or any other achievement we consider foundational to civilization. Yet perhaps the story is not entirely one of loss. While fewer people now know the stars personally, those who do pursue astronomy have access to understanding that would have seemed like divine knowledge to ancient observers. We know that stars are not eternal but have lifespans, that they are born from collapsing clouds and die in various ways depending on their initial mass. We understand the nuclear processes that power them, the fusion of hydrogen into helium and then into heavier elements as stars age. We can trace the life cycle of a star from its formation in a stellar nursery through its main sequence years to its final fate as a white dwarf, neutron star, or black hole. We know that the universe itself has a history, that it began in a hot, dense state approximately 14 billion years ago and has been expanding and cooling ever since. We have detected the cosmic microwave background, the faint afterglow of the Big Bang itself, and measured its tiny temperature variations that seeded the formation of galaxies. We have discovered planets orbiting other stars, thousands of them now, and we know that planetary systems are common throughout the galaxy, that the story of our solar system is not unique but typical, that the universe is almost certainly filled with worlds beyond counting. This knowledge carries its own sense of wonder, different from but not inferior to the wonder felt by ancient stargazers. To understand that the light entering your eye left a distant star decades or centuries ago, that you are literally looking backward in time, seeing the star not as it is now, but as it was when that photon began its journey, creates a sense of connection across vast stretches of space-time. To realize that the heavier elements in your body were forged in stellar cores, that you are made of processed star stuff, that your very existence depended on generations of stars living and dying to enrich the cosmos with the building blocks of complexity, places you within a cosmic story of astonishing scope. To contemplate the scale of the universe, the hundreds of billions of galaxies, each containing hundreds of billions of stars, the vast distances that light itself requires millions or billions of years to cross, induces a kind of humility and perspective that can be simultaneously overwhelming and comforting. We are tiny, yes, almost infinitesimally small compared to cosmic scales, yet we are also the universe becoming conscious of itself, matter organised in such a way that it can contemplate its own origins and nature. The future of humanity's relationship with the stars remains unwritten. Some speculate that we may eventually venture outward, establishing colonies on other worlds, spreading through the solar system and perhaps eventually to the stars themselves, becoming a spacefaring species whose descendants will look up at night skies from planets orbiting distant suns. Others suggest that we will send our robotic emissaries ahead of us, machines that can survive the harsh environment of space and the decades or centuries required for interstellar travel, extending human knowledge and presence without requiring human bodies to make the journey. Still others believe we will remain bound to Earth, perhaps by choice, perhaps by necessity, content to observe the cosmos from our home world while directing our energies to challenges close to hand. Whatever path we take, it seems unlikely that the stars will cease to hold meaning for us, that we will entirely abandon the relationship that has persisted since the first humans looked upward and wondered. The stars are too deeply embedded in our consciousness, too fundamental to our sense of place and purpose, too beautiful and mysterious to be permanently forgotten, even in an age of artificial lights and indoor living. On quiet nights, even now, even in the midst of cities, something draws people outdoors to look up when conditions are right, when a meteor shower is predicted, or an eclipse occurs, or the planets align in unusual configurations. There remains a hunger for that connection, a recognition that the stars speak to something essential in human nature, something that predates civilization and may outlast it. The patterns our ancestors traced in the sky still echo in our culture, in the names we give to things, in the metaphors we use, in the stories we tell. We speak of someone being our North Star, meaning they provide constant guidance. We describe remote possibilities as hoping to reach for the stars. We call celebrities stars, unconsciously linking fame and brightness. When we want to express good wishes, we tell people to wish upon a star. The language of stars permeates human expression, because the experience of stars permeates human history, because for countless generations they were our constant companions, our guides, our calendar, our inspiration, our connection to something larger than ourselves. As the night deepens and the rain continues its gentle rhythm, as consciousness softens and thoughts drift towards sleep, the stars continue their ancient dance overhead, wheeling through the same patterns that have marked the passage of time since long before humans existed and will continue long after we are gone. They shine on deserts and oceans, on cities and wilderness, on sleepers and watchers, indifferent to human concerns yet somehow central to human meaning. Each photon that reaches Earth carries information about distant times and places, about the nature of matter and energy, about the history and fate of the cosmos. The stars are both impossibly distant and intimately present, both alien and familiar, both eternal and temporary on cosmic timescales. They remind us that we are part of something vast and ancient, that our moment in time is brief but connected to everything that came before and everything that will follow, that the story of the universe is also our story, written in light across the darkness, waiting patiently to be read by anyone who takes the time to look up and wonder at the eternal watch of stars burning through the night. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The healer's path stretches from firelit caves to gleaming hospitals, from whispered prayers to gene sequences displayed on screens. The methods have changed beyond recognition, but the fundamental promise remains unchanged: to ease suffering, to push back death, to take the broken and make it whole again. The old woman with her herbs and the surgeon with robotic tools are united across the millennia by the same fierce determination: that life is precious, that pain matters, and that healing is humanity's most ancient and essential art. Between the ancient wisdom and modern miracles lies a vast landscape of discovery, each breakthrough built upon failures and fortunes that came before. The story of medicine is not a straight line, but a winding river, sometimes rushing forward, sometimes pooling in stagnant confusion, occasionally splitting into streams that rejoin centuries later. In the spaces between the great names and famous discoveries, countless others laboured in obscurity, their contributions forgotten but their impacts rippling forward through time. In medieval China, physicians refined techniques that would baffle Western medicine for centuries. They read pulses with such sensitivity that they claimed to detect dozens of different qualities in the rhythm of blood beneath the skin. They inserted thin needles into specific points along invisible meridians, channels through which they believed vital energy flowed. When European missionaries first witnessed acupuncture, they dismissed it as primitive superstition, yet the patients often improved. The Chinese also pioneered inoculation against smallpox long before Jenner, blowing powdered scabs from recovered patients into the nostrils of the healthy. Some died from the practice, but far fewer than would have perished in an epidemic. In the markets of Constantinople, apothecaries sold remedies from 3 continents, spices from India mixed with herbs from Europe and minerals from Africa. The Byzantine Empire preserved Greek medical texts when Western Europe descended into chaos, and their hospitals treated patients with a sophistication that would not be matched in the West for centuries. Physicians there understood the importance of rest, clean air, and proper diet in recovery. They recognized that healing required more than medicines, that the environment and the mind played crucial roles in the body's restoration. The Black Death changed everything. When the plague swept through Europe in the 14th century, killing perhaps a third of the population, medicine confronted its absolute helplessness. Doctors in bird-like masks stuffed with herbs attended the dying, but nothing they did made any difference. Some blamed the alignment of planets, others the wrath of God, still others the corrupted air rising from swamps and corpses. They were all wrong, but they had no tools to discover the truth. The plague sparked both despair and innovation. Quarantine became a tool of public health, cities isolating the sick in designated areas. The word itself came from the Italian 40 giorni, 40 days. The period ships had to wait before docking if plague was suspected aboard. In the wake of such devastation, people questioned everything, including medical authority. If the learned physicians with their university degrees could not stop the dying, what good was their knowledge? Some turned to folk healers, to cunning women who knew herbs and charms. Others sought flagellation and prayer. A few began to wonder if perhaps the old authorities had been wrong about many things, if perhaps direct observation might reveal truths that ancient texts had missed. The printing press accelerated everything. Medical knowledge no longer depended on hand-copied manuscripts that could be destroyed in a single fire. Books multiplied and spread, carrying ideas across borders faster than any traveller. Andreas Vesalius's anatomical drawings reached physicians throughout Europe within years of publication. Competing theories could be compared side by side. Errors could be identified and corrected. though often it took generations for old ideas to die even after being disproven. In Padua, Italy, the first permanent anatomy theatre was built in 1594, a wooden structure where students crowded on steep tiers to watch dissections below. The bodies came from executed criminals, and the dissections had to be performed quickly before decay set in. Yet in those reeking demonstrations, medicine transformed from theoretical to empirical. Seeing was believing, and what they saw often contradicted what they had been taught. Across the centuries, women fought for their place in healing. In ancient times, midwifery had been exclusively their domain, and many also practiced herbal medicine. But as medicine professionalised and universities formed, women were excluded. Male physicians began attending births, often with disastrous results because they lacked the accumulated wisdom of generations of midwives. In the 19th century, Elizabeth Blackwell fought her way into medical school in America, graduating first in her class despite the hostility she faced. She opened doors for others, proving that medical knowledge was not gendered, that healing belonged to anyone with the skill and dedication to learn. The 19th century brought suffering on an unprecedented scale through industrialisation, but it also brought the means to document and study that suffering. Workers in factories breathed toxic fumes and lost limbs to machinery. Children laboured in coal mines and textile mills, their bodies deformed by unnatural work. Cholera swept through crowded slums where human waste mixed with drinking water. Yet these horrors drove reform. John Snow mapped cholera cases in London and traced an outbreak to a single contaminated water pump. His work proved that disease could spread through water, not just bad air, revolutionising public health. Florence Nightingale transformed nursing from menial work into a respected profession. In the Crimean War, she found wounded soldiers lying in their own filth, infections killing more men than battles. She organised clean wards, proper ventilation and systematic care. Mortality rates plummeted. She returned to England and used statistics, a new tool then, to prove the importance of sanitary conditions. Her charts and graphs made the invisible visible, showing patterns that narrative alone could not convey. In Vienna, Ignaz Semmelweis noticed that women giving birth attended by doctors died of childbed fever far more often than those attended by midwives. He observed that doctors came to the maternal ward directly from autopsy rooms, their hands still contaminated. He ordered doctors to wash their hands in chlorinated water before examining patients. Deaths dropped dramatically, yet his colleagues ridiculed him. The idea that gentlemen doctors could be carrying death on their hands was insulting, impossible to accept. Semmelweis died in an asylum, his discovery ignored until after his death when Pasteur's germ theory finally explained why he'd been right. Pain had always been medicine's companion. Surgery before anaesthesia was a race against agony and shock. The best surgeons were the fastest, able to amputate a limb in under a minute while strong men held the screaming patient down. Many chose death over the surgeon's knife. When ether and chloroform made painless surgery possible, it seemed like divine intervention. Suddenly, operations could be careful and precise instead of frantically quick. Surgeons could enter the abdomen, the chest, even the skull. But with this new access came new dangers. Patients survived the surgery only to die days later from infections, their opened bodies invaded by bacteria. Lister's antiseptic technique changed this calculus. By creating a sterile field, by killing bacteria on instruments and in wounds, he made complex surgery survivable. Other surgeons refined his methods, moving from antiseptic to aseptic technique, preventing contamination rather than killing microbes after the fact. Rubber gloves, surgical masks, sterilised instruments, and scrubbing protocols became standard. The operating room became a temple of cleanliness, and surgery transformed from desperate gamble to calculated intervention. Meanwhile, in laboratories, scientists hunted invisible enemies. Koch's postulates provided a framework for proving that specific microbes cause specific diseases. Once identified, these enemies could be studied, their weaknesses discovered. Vaccines were developed for rabies, diphtheria, tetanus. Each disease conquered was a victory for all humanity, but the war was far from over. Tuberculosis, the White Plague, killed more people in the 19th century than any other disease. It consumed its victims slowly, wasting their bodies over months or years. Sanatoriums were built in mountains and by the sea, places where fresh air and rest might help the body fight back. Some patients recovered, but most did not. The tubercle bacillus was identified, but no weapon existed against it. Patients lay in open-air pavilions even in winter, bundled in blankets, believing that cold, fresh air might succeed where medicines failed. Then came the sulfur drugs in the 1930s, the first synthetic antibiotics. For the first time, chemicals could be designed to kill bacteria, while leaving human cells relatively unharmed. Infections that had been death sentences became treatable. But sulfur drugs were crude weapons with serious side effects, and many bacteria were resistant to them. Penicillin changed everything. Fleming's accidental discovery in 1928 languished for over a decade because he could not produce enough of the substance to test it properly. During World War II, the desperate need for better treatments for wounded soldiers drove a massive effort to mass-produce penicillin. By 1944, there was enough for the D-Day invasion, and countless soldiers survived wounds that would have killed them in earlier wars. After the war, penicillin became widely available, and other antibiotics followed. Humanity had finally found a way to fight back against bacterial infections effectively, but bacteria evolve, and evolution is faster in organisms that reproduce in minutes rather than years. Resistance emerged, strains of bacteria that could survive antibiotics, then thrive in their presence. The arms race between human ingenuity and bacterial evolution continues today, with some infections becoming untreatable by any known antibiotic. The miracle of antibiotics may be temporary, a brief window in history when bacterial infections could be easily defeated. Mental illness remained medicine's dark frontier. For millennia, the mad were chained, beaten, locked away in asylums that were closer to prisons than hospitals. Treatments ranged from useless to torturous: bloodletting, purging, cold baths, spinning chairs, insulin shock, lobotomy. The brain was too complex, too inaccessible, too mysterious. Without understanding the organ, physicians could not treat its disorders. Freud and his contemporaries tried to map the mind through conversation, believing that mental illness arose from psychological conflicts rather than physical causes. Their theories were often wrong, sometimes harmful, but they established the idea that the mind could be treated, that mental suffering was a legitimate domain of medicine. In the mid-20th century, the first psychiatric medications were discovered, mostly by accident. Chlorpromazine, developed as a surgical anaesthetic, proved to calm psychotic symptoms. Imipramine, tested as a treatment for infections, turned out to be an effective antidepressant. These drugs were crude, with terrible side effects, but they offered hope where none had existed. Neuroimaging eventually allowed scientists to peer inside living brains, watching which regions activated during different tasks, identifying structural abnormalities associated with various disorders. The brain remained mysterious, but it was no longer completely opaque. Mental illness began to be understood as brain illness, physical conditions with physical causes, though stigma remained powerful. Polio terrified parents throughout the first half of the 20th century. The virus struck children especially, leaving some dead, others paralysed, still others trapped in iron lungs, mechanical devices that breathed for them when their respiratory muscles failed. Franklin Roosevelt, President of the United States, was a polio survivor who used a wheelchair, though he hid the extent of his disability from the public. The March of Dimes raised millions for research. Jonas Salk developed a killed virus vaccine, tested it on himself and his family, then conducted mass trials. When the vaccine was declared safe and effective in 1955, church bells rang across America. Albert Sabin's oral vaccine followed, easier to administer, and polio was beaten back to a few remaining pockets of infection worldwide. The success of vaccination led to greater ambitions. Why not eradicate all infectious diseases? Smallpox vaccination intensified in the 1960s and 70s, a coordinated global campaign tracking down every case, vaccinating everyone in contact with infected individuals. The last natural case of smallpox occurred in Somalia in 1977. 3 years later, the World Health Organization declared the disease eradicated. For the first time in history, humanity had deliberately driven a disease to extinction. The virus exists now only in 2 secure laboratories, kept for research, subject of debates about whether even these last samples should be destroyed. But not all diseases could be erased so easily. Malaria killed millions every year, especially in tropical regions. The parasite's complex life cycle, requiring both mosquitoes and humans, made it difficult to target. DDT was used to kill mosquitoes and it worked, saving millions of lives, but the environmental cost was catastrophic. Rachel Carson's Silent Spring documented how DDT poisoned ecosystems, killing birds and fish, accumulating in the food chain. The cure was creating new problems. Eventually mosquitoes became resistant to DDT anyway, and malaria resurged. HIV emerged in the 1980s, a new plague for a new era. The virus attacked the immune system itself, leaving victims vulnerable to infections their bodies would normally repel. For years, diagnosis was a death sentence. The disease spread through blood and sexual contact, and fear spread even faster. Misinformation, stigma, and political indifference allowed the epidemic to grow. Activists fought for research funding and faster drug approval. Eventually, antiretroviral drugs were developed that could suppress the virus, transforming HIV from death sentence to manageable chronic condition, at least for those with access to treatment. But the virus mutates rapidly, integrates into human DNA, and despite decades of research, no cure or vaccine exists. Cancer remained the great unconquered foe. Not a single disease, but hundreds of different conditions where cells multiply without control. Cancer killed through many mechanisms and resisted simple solutions. Surgery could remove tumours if caught early enough. Radiation could kill cancer cells, but damaged healthy tissue too. Chemotherapy poisoned rapidly dividing cells, which included cancer but also hair follicles, gut lining and bone marrow. Patients endured devastating treatments for uncertain outcomes. Understanding cancer required understanding the cell itself, the mechanisms of growth and division, the genes that controlled these processes. The discovery of oncogenes, genes that when mutated could drive cancer, provided new targets. Targeted therapies were developed that attacked specific molecular pathways in cancer cells, while leaving normal cells relatively unharmed. Immunotherapy trained the body's immune system to recognize and attack cancer. These treatments worked for some cancers, some patients, but cancer's genetic diversity meant that each case was unique, requiring personalized approaches. Organ transplantation pushed medicine into philosophical territory. If a heart could be replaced, was identity tied to that organ as some cultures believed? The first heart transplant in 1967 by Christian Barnard captured global attention. The patient survived only 18 days, but the barrier had been broken. The problem was rejection. The immune system, so valuable for fighting infection, saw transplanted organs as foreign invaders and attacked them. Immunosuppressive drugs allowed transplants to succeed, but left patients vulnerable to infection. The balance was delicate, requiring careful management for the rest of the patient's life. The demand for organs far exceeded supply. Waiting lists grew longer. Some turned to living donors for kidneys, one of the few organs where donation did not require the donor's death. Others waited, hoping while their bodies failed. Black markets emerged where organs were bought from the desperate poor. The ethics were murky, the suffering real on all sides. Artificial organs offered one solution. Dialysis machines could filter blood when kidneys failed. Pacemakers could regulate heartbeats. Artificial joints replaced arthritic hips and knees. But complex organs like livers and lungs remained beyond reach. Xenotransplantation, using organs from animals, especially pigs genetically modified to reduce rejection risk, showed promise but raised concerns about animal viruses jumping to humans. The Human Genome Project, completed in 2003, mapped all 3 billion base pairs of human DNA. It was a triumph of technology and international cooperation, and it promised to revolutionize medicine. With the complete genetic code available, scientists could identify genes responsible for inherited diseases, understand individual variations in drug response, trace evolutionary history, and potentially correct genetic errors before they caused disease. Gene therapy attempted to treat disease by inserting correct copies of genes into cells, replacing faulty versions. Early attempts failed catastrophically, with patients developing leukemia or dying from immune reactions. But persistence and better techniques led to successes. Children born with severe combined immunodeficiency, the bubble boy disease, were cured by gene therapy, their immune systems rebuilt from genetically corrected cells. Hereditary blindness was reversed in some patients. The promise was immense, but so were the technical challenges and costs. CRISPR gene editing, discovered in bacteria and adapted for use in human cells, provided unprecedented precision in altering DNA. For the first time, specific genes could be cut and replaced with molecular scissors. Diseases caused by single gene mutations could potentially be cured permanently. But CRISPR also raised the spectre of designer babies. humans engineered for desired traits. When a Chinese scientist announced in 2018 that he had created gene-edited babies, the global scientific community reacted with horror. The technology had outpaced ethics, and the question of where to draw lines remained unresolved. Stem cells offered another route to regeneration. These undifferentiated cells could develop into any tissue type, potentially allowing damaged organs to be regrown rather than replaced. Embryonic stem cells were the most versatile but required destroying embryos to obtain them, igniting fierce ethical debates. Induced pluripotent stem cells, adult cells reprogrammed to an embryonic-like state, offered a less controversial alternative. Clinical trials tested stem cells for spinal cord injuries, heart disease, diabetes, and neurodegenerative conditions, with mixed results. The promise was vast, the reality more complicated. Nanomedicine dreamed of microscopic robots swimming through bloodstreams, repairing damage at the cellular level, delivering drugs precisely where needed. While true nanorobots remained science fiction, nanoparticles were being used to deliver chemotherapy directly to tumours, reducing side effects. Gold nanoparticles could be heated to destroy cancer cells. Quantum dots helped visualize biological processes at the molecular level. The boundary between medicine and engineering blurred. The brain remained the final frontier. Despite advances in imaging and molecular biology, consciousness, memory, and identity remained mysterious. Neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's destroyed minds slowly, and medicine could only slow the decline, not stop or reverse it. The accumulation of abnormal proteins in brain tissue, the death of specific neurons, the inflammation and damage followed predictable patterns, but treatments remained elusive. Hundreds of drug trials failed. The brain, protected by the blood-brain barrier, isolated from the immune system, was uniquely difficult to treat. Brain-computer interfaces attempted to restore function, lost to injury or disease. Electrodes implanted in the motor cortex allowed paralyzed patients to control robotic arms or computer cursors with thought alone. Cochlear implants restored hearing to the deaf by directly stimulating auditory nerves. Retinal implants offered crude vision to some blind patients. Deep brain stimulation helped control Parkinson's tremors. The nervous system, once beyond intervention, was becoming accessible. But these technologies raised questions about identity and authenticity. If memories could be altered, were they still real? If personality could be changed by stimulating specific brain regions, where did the self reside? If artificial intelligence could interpret brain signals and predict behavior, what remained private? Medicine was not just healing bodies, but potentially remaking minds. Telemedicine exploded during the COVID-19 pandemic when in-person visits became dangerous. Video consultations, remote monitoring, electronic prescriptions became standard overnight. Patients in rural areas accessed specialists thousands of miles away. Chronic conditions were managed through apps and wearable devices. The smartphone became a medical device, tracking heart rate, detecting falls, even recording electrocardiograms. Artificial intelligence analysed the data, flagging abnormalities for human review. Machine learning algorithms trained on millions of images could detect cancers in mammograms and skin lesions with accuracy matching or exceeding human experts. They predicted which patients would develop sepsis, which would respond to specific treatments, which were at risk of readmission. But algorithms reflected the biases in their training data, sometimes providing worse care for minorities and women who were underrepresented in medical databases. The promise of personalised medicine through big data had to be tempered with awareness of systemic inequities. The pandemic revealed both medicine's power and its limitations. Vaccines were developed with unprecedented speed, genetic sequencing allowing scientists to design vaccines within days of the virus's genetic code being published. mRNA vaccines, a technology decades in development, proved spectacularly effective. Within a year, multiple vaccines were protecting hundreds of millions of people. It was a triumph of science, global cooperation, and determination. Yet the pandemic also exposed inequities, misinformation, and political dysfunction. Wealthy nations hoarded vaccines while poor countries went without. Conspiracy theories spread faster than the virus, undermining public health measures. Healthcare systems overwhelmed by patients faced shortages of beds, ventilators, and staff. Medical workers died caring for the sick. The pandemic was a reminder that medicine exists within social, political and economic systems, and that scientific knowledge alone cannot solve problems rooted in inequality and distrust. The cost of healthcare became a crisis in its own right. Advanced treatments were often astronomically expensive, available only to the wealthy or those with comprehensive insurance. A single dose of gene therapy could cost millions of dollars. Cancer drugs extended life by months but cost hundreds of thousands. The economics of medicine created impossible choices. How much was a year of life worth? Who decided who received expensive treatments? Should healthcare be a right or a commodity? Different nations answered these questions differently. Some provided universal healthcare funded through taxes, ensuring everyone received treatment regardless of ability to pay. Others relied on private insurance markets, creating systems where medical bankruptcy was common. Still others had underfunded public systems that provided basic care, but forced people to pay out of pocket for anything complex. The geography of birth determined access to healing as much as the nature of disease. Traditional medicine persisted alongside modern science, sometimes complementing it, sometimes contradicting it. Acupuncture gained acceptance for pain management and nausea control, even if the mechanism remained unclear. Meditation and mindfulness, ancient practices, proved beneficial for stress, anxiety, and chronic pain, validated by brain imaging and clinical trials. Herbal remedies were studied systematically, some yielding useful drugs, others proving useless or dangerous. The challenge was separating what worked from what merely seemed to work, distinguishing placebo effects from genuine healing. The placebo effect itself proved more powerful and complex than once believed. Fake surgeries produced real pain relief. Sugar pills reduced symptoms when patients believed they were receiving real medicine. The mind's influence on the body was undeniable, though the mechanisms remained mysterious. This did not mean all healing was psychological, but it meant that belief, hope, and context mattered. That medicine was not just chemistry, but relationship, ritual, and meaning. End-of-life care forced medicine to confront its limits. Technology could extend life almost indefinitely, but should it? Patients on ventilators, feeding tubes, dialysis, their bodies kept alive while awareness faded, raised questions about quality versus quantity. The hospice movement emphasized comfort and dignity over aggressive treatment, acknowledging that death was not always medicine's enemy, but sometimes its appropriate conclusion. The right to die with assistance, to choose one's moment of departure, was legal in some places, prohibited in others, debated everywhere. Medicine had always existed at the intersection of science and humanity, but modern technology made this tension more acute. A doctor could diagnose with artificial intelligence, prescribe based on genetic testing, operate with robotic precision, yet healing remained fundamentally human. Patients wanted not just technical expertise, but empathy, understanding, and hope. They wanted to be seen as people, not just collections of symptoms and data points. The future of medicine stretched in multiple directions simultaneously. Personalized treatments tailored to individual genetics, regenerative medicine growing new organs, artificial intelligence diagnosing and treating disease, global health systems preventing pandemics before they spread, extension of human lifespan beyond current limits, integration of technology with biology, blurring the line between natural and artificial. Yet the fundamental challenges remained: inequality, suffering, mortality, and the question of what makes life worth living. The story that began with shamans and herbs had become a tale of genes and algorithms, but the core remained unchanged. Humans seeking to ease pain, to heal wounds, to push back against the darkness that claims all living things. Medicine was humanity's defiant answer to the universe's indifference, the insistence that suffering matters, that life is precious, that knowledge and compassion together can make a difference. From the first healer who discovered that a certain leaf reduced fever to the scientist editing genes to cure inherited disease, the chain remained unbroken, each generation building on what came before, each adding their piece to the endless puzzle of how to heal. Yet healing itself evolved as a concept, expanding beyond mere physical restoration. The World Health Organization defined health not as the absence of disease, but as complete physical, mental, and social well-being. This shift acknowledged what ancient healers had always known intuitively. that humans were not just bodies to be repaired, but whole beings embedded in communities, environments, and relationships. A person could be physically healthy, yet suffer profoundly, or be dying yet find peace. Medicine had to grapple with these complexities, moving beyond the mechanical model of the body as machine towards something more holistic and humane. Pain management became its own specialty, recognizing that suffering was not always a symptom to be eliminated, but an experience to be understood and addressed with compassion. The opioid crisis in America revealed the dangers of treating pain purely as a problem to be medicated away. Millions became addicted to prescription painkillers, their lives destroyed by substances meant to heal. The pendulum had swung too far toward pharmaceutical solutions, ignoring the psychological, social, and spiritual dimensions of pain. Doctors had to relearn the value of non-drug approaches: physical therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, meditation, acupuncture, and simply listening to patients describe their suffering. Chronic illness challenged medicine's cure-oriented mindset. Diseases like diabetes, arthritis, multiple sclerosis, and fibromyalgia could be managed but not eliminated. Patients lived for decades with conditions that required constant attention, adaptation, and acceptance. Medicine had to shift from offering cures to supporting lives, from dramatic interventions to ongoing partnership. The best physicians became coaches and allies rather than heroic saviors, helping patients navigate the daily reality of bodies that would never return to some imagined state of perfect health. Children's medicine developed its own distinct character, recognizing that young bodies and minds required different approaches than adults. Pediatrics emerged as a specialty in the 19th century, when infant mortality was staggeringly high and childhood diseases killed millions. Vaccination campaigns targeted childhood illnesses specifically, saving countless young lives. But treating children meant treating families, navigating parental fears and hopes, explaining complex medical information to worried mothers and fathers who felt helpless watching their children suffer. Neonatal medicine pushed the boundaries of viability. Premature babies born months too early, their organs underdeveloped, their bodies tiny and fragile, survived in intensive care units filled with machines. Ventilators breathed for them, feeding tubes nourished them, incubators protected them. Some survived intact, others bore lifelong disabilities from the trauma of too early birth. The ethics were wrenching. At what point was survival a gift rather than a burden? Parents faced impossible decisions, hoping for miracles while preparing for heartbreak. Reproductive medicine gave humans unprecedented control over conception and birth. In vitro fertilization allowed conception outside the body, embryos created in laboratory dishes and implanted in wombs. Couples who could not conceive naturally became parents. But the technology also enabled genetic screening, selecting embryos without hereditary diseases, or even choosing traits like sex. The line between preventing suffering and designing children grew blurry. Some saw liberation from genetic fate, others saw eugenics reborn in technical sophistication. Contraception, once forbidden and dangerous to obtain, became safe and reliable, giving women control over their reproductive lives. This simple medical advance transformed society, enabling education and careers that would have been impossible when pregnancy was inevitable. Yet access remained uneven, blocked by poverty, politics, and religion. The same technology that freed some remained out of reach for others, perpetuating cycles of inequality. Aging presented medicine with its greatest challenge and opportunity. Humans lived longer than ever before, but the extra years often brought dementia, frailty, and dependence. Gerontology studied the aging process itself, searching for ways not just to extend life, but to preserve quality, to ensure that added years were lived rather than endured. Some researchers believed aging was a disease that could be treated, even reversed. Others saw it as natural and inevitable, something to be accepted with grace rather than fought with technology. The microbiome, the trillions of bacteria living in and on human bodies, proved to be crucial for health in ways never imagined. Gut bacteria influence digestion, immunity, even mood and behavior. Disrupting this microbial ecosystem with antibiotics or poor diet could lead to obesity, autoimmune disease, and mental health problems. Fecal transplants, moving healthy bacteria from one person to another, cured stubborn infections and showed promise for other conditions. Medicine had to acknowledge that humans were not individuals but ecosystems, that health depended on maintaining beneficial relationships with microscopic partners. Epigenetics revealed that genes were not destiny, that environmental factors could turn genes on or off without changing the DNA sequence itself. Trauma, nutrition, stress, and exposure to toxins could alter gene expression, effects that could persist across generations. Children of Holocaust survivors showed stress responses different from the general population, their parents' trauma written into their biology. This meant that healing had to address not just present illness, but inherited wounds, that social conditions shaped health at the molecular level. Environmental medicine recognized that human health could not be separated from planetary health. Climate change brought new patterns of disease, heat waves killing the vulnerable, changing precipitation spreading mosquito-borne illnesses to new regions, air pollution triggering asthma and heart disease. Chemicals in water, soil and air accumulated in bodies, causing cancers and developmental problems. The solutions required not just medical treatment, but environmental action, reducing pollution, protecting ecosystems, addressing the root causes of illness rather than just treating symptoms. Indigenous healing traditions, long dismissed by Western medicine, gained new respect as their ecological wisdom and holistic approaches proved valuable. The shamans who treated bodies, minds, and spirits together understood connections that Western medicine had fragmented into specialties. Plant medicines from traditional cultures yielded modern drugs, from aspirin derived from willow bark to cancer treatments from rainforest plants. Yet this knowledge was often extracted without compensation, biopiracy stealing centuries of accumulated wisdom. Mental health treatment evolved beyond medications and talk therapy. Exercise proved as effective as antidepressants for mild to moderate depression. Social connection protected against dementia and extended life. Purpose and meaning buffered stress and improved outcomes from physical illness. These findings validated what humans had always known intuitively, but that scientific medicine had to rediscover. That health emerged from the whole pattern of a life, not just from biochemistry. Trauma-informed care recognized that many physical symptoms had psychological roots, that bodies remembered what minds tried to forget. Childhood abuse, neglect, and trauma shaped adult health, increasing risks for heart disease, diabetes, addiction, and early death. Treating the body without addressing trauma often failed. Healing required safety, connection, and the opportunity to process and integrate painful experiences, not just medications to suppress symptoms. The opioid epidemic itself was a symptom of deeper social ailments, economic despair, social isolation, loss of purpose and community. People in pain, physical and existential, sought relief in chemicals. Medicine could treat addiction, could provide medications to ease withdrawal and reduce cravings, but could not address the underlying conditions that made oblivion preferable to consciousness. Healing addiction required rebuilding lives, not just detoxifying bodies. Precision medicine promised treatments tailored to individual genetic profiles, but it also revealed how much medicine had been essentially guessing. Drugs that worked for some patients failed or caused harm in others, differences explained by genetic variations in drug metabolism. Chemotherapy killed some cancers while others thrived, differences traced to specific mutations. As medicine became more precise, it also became more complex, requiring sophisticated testing and analysis for each patient. Liquid biopsies, detecting cancer DNA in blood samples, allowed monitoring of tumours without invasive procedures. Cancers could be tracked in real time, treatment adjusted as tumours evolved and developed resistance. The arms race between cancer and therapy accelerated, with medicine adapting to each new defensive move by malignant cells. Some cancers were beaten into remission, kept at bay indefinitely by evolving treatment strategies. Immunotherapy's success against some cancers transformed oncology. By removing the brakes on immune systems, checkpoint inhibitors allowed the body's own defences to attack tumours. Some patients with metastatic cancer, given months to live, experienced complete remissions lasting years. But immunotherapy only worked for a minority of cancers and patients, and its side effects could be severe, the unleashed immune system sometimes attacking healthy organs. The challenge was predicting who would benefit and who would only suffer. Artificial pancreas systems for diabetes combined continuous glucose monitors with insulin pumps, automatically adjusting doses based on real-time blood sugar readings. Diabetics could sleep through the night without risking dangerous lows, could eat without complex calculations. Technology was making chronic illness more manageable. taking over the exhausting cognitive burden of constant monitoring and adjustment. 3D printing of organs and tissues moved from science fiction toward reality. Bioprinters laid down layers of living cells, building structures that could grow and function. Ears, bladders, and skin had been successfully printed and transplanted. More complex organs like hearts and livers remained elusive, but progress continued. The vision was a future where organs could be printed on demand, custom-made for each patient, eliminating transplant waiting lists and rejection. Prosthetics evolved into sophisticated devices offering feedback and fine motor control, approaching that of natural limbs. Sensors in artificial hands detected pressure and temperature, signals sent to the brain through implanted electrodes, creating the sensation of touch. Amputees could feel what they grasped, could adjust grip strength intuitively. The boundary between biological and mechanical blurred as devices integrated more completely with nervous systems. Virtual reality found medical applications beyond entertainment. Surgeons practiced complex procedures in virtual operating rooms. Patients with phobias confronted fears in safe virtual environments. Burn victims found pain relief during wound care by immersing in peaceful virtual landscapes. The brain, unable to fully distinguish virtual from real, could be tricked into healing responses. Medical education transformed as knowledge exploded beyond any individual's capacity to master. Physicians became information managers, using databases and artificial intelligence to access expertise beyond their own. The days of the lone doctor diagnosing from memory and experience were ending, replaced by collaborative networks of human and artificial intelligence. Some worried this would dehumanize medicine. Others believed it would free physicians to focus on the human elements that machines could not provide: empathy, communication, ethical judgment. Burnout plagued healthcare workers at epidemic levels. The emotional toll of constant exposure to suffering, death, and impossible decisions, combined with bureaucratic burdens and long hours, drove many from the profession. Physicians had high rates of depression, addiction, and suicide. Nurses left bedside care for less stressful positions. The system that saved others consumed its own. Addressing this required not just individual resilience but systemic change, reducing administrative burden, ensuring adequate staffing, creating cultures that supported rather than exploited caregivers. Community health workers, often from the communities they served, bridged gaps between medical systems and patients. They understood cultural barriers, language differences, and social contexts that shaped health behaviours. They could explain medical advice in ways that made sense, could identify resources and remove obstacles to care. Their work acknowledged that health was created in homes and neighbourhoods, not just hospitals and clinics. Food as medicine gained scientific validation. The Mediterranean diet reduced heart disease and dementia. High-fibre diets fed beneficial gut bacteria. Ultra-processed foods drove obesity, diabetes, and inflammation. Yet access to healthy food was itself a health equity issue, with fresh produce scarce in poor neighbourhoods while fast food proliferated. Addressing diet required not just education but economic and political change, ensuring everyone could afford and access nutritious food. Exercise prescription became standard practice. Physical activity recognised as powerful medicine for preventing and treating numerous conditions. Movement improved mood, cognition, sleep, immune function, and metabolic health. It reduced risks for most chronic diseases. The challenge was that modern life engineered movement out, cars replacing walking, machines replacing physical labour, screens replacing active play. Medicine had to counter environmental forces pushing towards sedentary living. Sleep medicine revealed that rest was not passive but actively restorative, essential for memory consolidation, immune function, and metabolic health. Sleep deprivation contributed to obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, dementia, and mental illness. Yet modern life eroded sleep, artificial light disrupting circadian rhythms, stress, and screens keeping minds alert when bodies needed rest. Treating sleep disorders improved multiple aspects of health, simple interventions yielding broad benefits. Addiction treatment moved beyond moral failure toward understanding it as a brain disease involving complex interactions of genetics, neurobiology, trauma, and environment. Medication-assisted treatment with methadone or buprenorphine reduced overdose deaths and helped people rebuild lives. Harm reduction strategies like needle exchanges prevented HIV and hepatitis transmission. Yet stigma remained powerful, treatment often inaccessible, policies shaped more by punishment than public health. The gut-brain axis revealed direct communication between digestive system and central nervous system. Gut bacteria produced neurotransmitters affecting mood and behaviour. Inflammation in the gut influenced brain inflammation, potentially contributing to depression and neurodegeneration. Probiotic treatment showed promise for mental health conditions. The ancient intuition about gut feelings had scientific basis. The stomach was a second brain in constant conversation with the first. Wilderness medicine brought healthcare to extreme environments, mountain rescues, ocean emergencies, spaceflight, disaster zones. These challenges pushed improvisation and adaptation, working with limited equipment, making do with what was available. The lessons learned in extreme situations often improved care in resource-limited settings, teaching physicians to focus on essential interventions, to work with simple tools effectively. Disaster medicine developed protocols for mass casualty events, where normal standards of care became impossible. Triage sorted victims into categories: those who would survive without immediate intervention, those who might survive with immediate care, and those whose injuries were unsurvivable. The calculations were brutal but necessary, maximizing lives saved with limited resources. Natural disasters, wars, and pandemics all required this grim arithmetic. Military medicine drove innovations in trauma care, hemorrhage control, and rehabilitation. Battlefield lessons in stopping bleeding, protecting airways, and preventing infection saved civilian lives in emergency rooms. Amputees returning from war pushed development of advanced prosthetics. Blast injuries taught neurologists about traumatic brain injury. The horrors of war yielded medical advances, a troubling paradox where suffering drove innovation. Space medicine prepared for a future beyond Earth, studying how microgravity affected bones, muscles, cardiovascular system, and immune function. Astronauts experienced accelerated aging, radiation exposure, isolation, and confinement. Medical emergencies in space required remote guidance and improvisation. Longer missions to Mars would push medicine further, requiring surgical capability, diagnostic equipment, and pharmaceutical manufacturing in spacecraft. The challenges were immense, but they drove innovation applicable on Earth, particularly for remote and resource-limited settings. The story of healing continued to unfold, each era adding new chapters while the fundamental narrative remained constant. Technology advanced relentlessly, offering capabilities previous generations could not imagine, yet the relationship between healer and sufferer retained its ancient character. People in pain still sought someone who would listen, understand, and help. The most sophisticated artificial intelligence could not replace the human presence, the touch of a hand, the voice offering comfort and hope. Medicine remained an art as much as a science, requiring not just technical skill but wisdom, compassion, and the courage to face suffering without turning away. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. In the beginning, there was wonder. Long before the marble columns of Athens rose against the Mediterranean sky, long before Socrates walked the agora asking his relentless questions, humans gazed at the stars and asked why. They looked inward and questioned who. They contemplated their mortality and pondered what comes after. Philosophy was not born in a single moment or place. It emerged wherever consciousness turned upon itself, wherever the human mind refused to accept the world as simply given and demanded to understand the deeper patterns beneath the surface of things. In the ancient lands of India, wise men sat beneath banyan trees and composed hymns that would echo through millennia. The Vedas spoke of cosmic order, of sacrifice and ritual, but it was the Upanishads that pushed deeper, past ceremony and into the nature of reality itself. What is the self? What is this Atman that seems to observe our thoughts, feel our feelings, yet remains somehow separate from them? Is there a permanent essence beneath the constant flux of experience? These questions led to profound realizations, that the individual soul and the universal consciousness might be one and the same, that the material world might be less solid than it appears, that liberation from suffering could come through understanding rather than through action alone. The concept of karma emerged, not as punishment or reward, but as the inexorable law of cause and effect rippling through time. Every action creates consequences, every thought shapes future circumstances, every life connects to countless others in an intricate web of causation. And moksha, the liberation from this cycle, became the ultimate goal. not escape from existence, but freedom from ignorance and suffering. Far to the east, in the fertile valleys of ancient China, a different voice emerged. Confucius walked from state to state during a time of chaos and warfare, teaching that the foundation of a good society rested not on force, but on virtue. He emphasized the relationships that bind humans together: parent and child, ruler and subject, friend and friend. These were not abstract principles, but practical wisdom for daily living. Respect your elders, he taught, not from blind obedience, but from recognition of their accumulated wisdom. Govern with benevolence, not tyranny. Cultivate yourself before attempting to improve others. His teachings emphasized ritual and propriety, but not as empty formalism, rather as the outward expression of inner cultivation. Meanwhile, another figure emerged from the mists of Chinese antiquity, perhaps historical, perhaps legendary. Laozi, the old master, spoke of a different path. Where Confucius emphasized social harmony through proper action, Laozi pointed toward the Tao, the way that cannot be named or fully articulated. He taught that true wisdom comes from aligning oneself with the natural flow of existence, from acting through non-action, from achieving through non-striving. The softest water wears away the hardest stone, not through force but through persistence and natural movement. Simplicity, spontaneity, and acceptance became the watchwords of this mystical philosophy that would influence millions. In Persia, Zoroaster proclaimed a universe split between light and darkness, truth and falsehood, good and evil. This dualistic vision would ripple outward, influencing Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, shaping how billions would understand morality and cosmic struggle. The idea that existence itself was a battleground between opposing forces, that humans had to choose sides in this eternal conflict, became a powerful framework for understanding suffering and injustice. These Eastern traditions demonstrated that philosophy was humanity's universal project, not limited by geography or culture, but emerging wherever humans possessed the leisure and inclination to question deeply. Then, on the shores of Ionia, in the Greek colonies of Asia Minor, something remarkable occurred. Men began to look at the natural world and ask not what gods controlled it, but what fundamental substance composed it. Thales of Miletus, standing by the sea, proposed that water was the primary element, the source from which all things arose and to which all things returned. It seemed reasonable. Water could be solid ice, flowing liquid, or invisible vapour. It was essential for life. Perhaps everything was simply water in different forms. Anaximenes suggested air instead, noting how breath was synonymous with life itself. But Heraclitus looked deeper and saw not substance but process. Everything flows, he declared. You cannot step into the same river twice, because new waters are constantly flowing in. The river seems permanent, but it is actually ceaseless change. Fire became his symbol, not as a substance but as transformation itself, the constant flux that underlies all apparent stability. Identity is an illusion. Becoming is the only reality. Parmenides vehemently disagreed. Change itself is impossible, he argued through rigorous logical reasoning. Being is. Non-being is not and cannot be. How can something change from one state to another? The intermediate state would be neither the first nor the second, a logical impossibility. Therefore, change must be an illusion created by our deceptive senses. True reality is eternal, unchanging, and one. The apparent multiplicity and motion of the world is mere appearance, a veil over the unchanging truth of being. Pythagoras added another voice, claiming that numbers held the secret to reality. Mathematical relationships governed the cosmos, the harmonies of music, the movements of celestial bodies, the proportions of beauty. Understanding mathematics meant understanding the deep structure of existence. These pre-Socratic thinkers, each proposing their own vision of reality's foundation, moved human thought from mythology to philosophy, from stories about gods to rational arguments about the nature of things. Then came the Golden Age, centered in Athens, where democracy and philosophy flourished together. Socrates walked the marketplace, dishevelled and provocative, approaching the confident and powerful with deceptively simple questions. What is justice? What is courage? What is virtue? At first his interlocutors would offer quick answers, certain of their understanding. but through careful questioning Socrates would reveal contradictions, expose unexamined assumptions, demonstrate that what seemed clear was actually confused. He claimed no wisdom himself except the recognition of his own ignorance, and this, he insisted, made him wiser than those who thought they knew but did not. The unexamined life is not worth living, he proclaimed at his trial. Even facing death, he refused to stop questioning, refused to accept conventional answers without scrutiny. His method, the dialectic, the back and forth of question and answer, became a model for philosophical investigation that endures to this day. Plato, Socrates' devoted student, was devastated by his master's execution. How could a just man be killed by a democratic government? How could the pursuit of truth be punished by society? Plato's answer reshaped philosophy. The material world, he concluded, was merely a shadow of true reality. Perfect forms existed in an eternal realm, the form of justice, the form of beauty, the form of the good. These were not mere concepts, but genuine realities, more real than any physical object. A beautiful painting was beautiful only because it participated imperfectly in the eternal form of beauty. A just action was just only because it reflected the form of justice. Plato's allegory of the cave illustrated this dramatically. Humans are like prisoners chained in a cave, watching shadows on the wall and mistaking them for reality. The philosopher is the one who breaks free, climbs out into the sunlight, sees the true world of forms, and returns, usually unwelcome, to tell others what he has discovered. This vision of two worlds, one material and imperfect, one eternal and perfect, would influence Western thought for thousands of years. Aristotle, Plato's student, loved his teacher but disagreed fundamentally. Forms do not exist in some separate realm, he argued, but are embedded in the things themselves. To understand justice, study just actions. To understand life, observe living organisms. Aristotle was perhaps the first great scientist-philosopher, meticulously observing and classifying the natural world, from politics to biology, from ethics to poetry. His ethical theory centered on eudaimonia, human flourishing, achieved through virtue. But virtue, he taught, is not following rigid rules. It is finding the golden mean between extremes. Courage lies between cowardice and recklessness. Generosity lies between stinginess and wastefulness. Wisdom involves knowing which extreme to avoid in which circumstance. Aristotle's influence was so profound that for centuries, the philosopher meant Aristotle and no other. His logic, his categories, his methods shaped how the West thought about everything. As the Greek city-states declined and vast empires rose, philosophy changed its focus from understanding reality to surviving it. The Stoics, founded by Zeno of Citium, taught that virtue was sufficient for happiness. External circumstances, wealth, health, reputation, were indifferents, neither good nor bad in themselves. What mattered was maintaining tranquility through self-control and acceptance of fate. The universe operates according to logos, divine reason, they taught. Everything happens for a reason within a rational cosmic order. Resisting this order creates suffering. Accepting it brings peace. Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor, wrote his meditations in the camps of war, reminding himself that all is transient, that death comes to all, that only virtue has lasting value. Epicurus offered a different path to peace. Pleasure is the highest good, he declared, but not the pleasure of indulgence. True pleasure comes from freedom from pain and freedom from fear, especially the fear of death and divine punishment. The gods, if they exist, are indifferent to human affairs. Death is simply cessation. When we are, death is not. When death is, we are not. Why fear what cannot touch us? Epicurus recommended a simple life, good friends, and freedom from politics and striving. His garden in Athens became a sanctuary where followers lived modestly and philosophized about how to eliminate unnecessary desires and achieve ataraxia, undisturbed tranquility. The skeptics, led by Pyrrho, took questioning to its logical extreme. Every claim can be doubted, every argument challenged. For every reason to believe something, there is an equal and opposite reason to doubt it. Therefore, suspend judgment entirely. This suspension of judgment, they claimed, paradoxically led to peace. The dogmatists, whether Stoic or Epicurean, suffered from defending their positions and arguing with opponents. The skeptic, committed to nothing, troubled by nothing, floated above such conflicts. These Hellenistic schools made philosophy practical, transforming it from abstract speculation into therapeutic wisdom for navigating life's difficulties. As the Roman Empire converted to Christianity, philosophy became the handmaiden of theology. Augustine of Hippo, a former Manichaean who converted dramatically, brought Platonic philosophy into Christian thought. He wrestled with the problem of evil. If God is all good and all powerful, why does evil exist? His answer: evil is not a thing but an absence, a privation of good. Humans possess free will, and our misuse of this freedom creates evil. True happiness cannot be found in this world, Augustine taught, only in union with God in the eternal city of heaven. The earthly city, mired in sin and selfishness, was at best a temporary way station. Centuries later, Thomas Aquinas performed a similar synthesis with Aristotle. Where Augustine had married Plato to Christianity, Aquinas joined Aristotle to faith. Reason and revelation, he argued, cannot truly conflict because both come from God. Natural theology could demonstrate God's existence through rational argument. His 5 ways included the argument from motion, from causation, from contingency, from degrees of perfection, and from design. But beyond what reason could prove, faith provided additional truths through scripture and church tradition. Aquinas created an intricate philosophical edifice that dominated Catholic thought and influenced all of Western philosophy. Meanwhile, Islamic civilization preserved and advanced philosophy when Europe had largely forgotten it. Avicenna in Persia wrote voluminously on metaphysics, distinguishing between essence and existence, arguing that existence was a perfection added to essence by God. His floating man thought experiment asked, if you were suspended in air, unable to sense your body or surroundings, would you still know that you exist? This anticipates Descartes' cogito by centuries. Averroes in Spain wrote comprehensive commentaries on Aristotle that became standard texts, arguing for the harmony of reason and revelation while maintaining their distinct spheres. In Jewish thought, Maimonides attempted to reconcile Aristotelian philosophy with Torah, writing his guide for the perplexed to help educated Jews navigate between faith and reason. These medieval philosophers ensured that the Greek heritage survived and developed, eventually flowing back into European thought during the Renaissance. The Renaissance brought a rebirth of classical learning and a celebration of human potential. Humanism placed humanity at the centre of concern. Pico della Mirandola's oration on the dignity of man proclaimed that humans alone among creatures could shape their own nature. We are not fixed like animals. We can become beast-like through vice, or godlike through virtue. This dignity carries responsibility. We must cultivate ourselves, develop our reason, realise our potential. Erasmus promoted education, tolerance, and the reform of Christianity through scholarship rather than through violence. The Renaissance was less about systematic philosophy than about recovering ancient wisdom and applying it to human flourishing. Then came the great revolution in thought called the Enlightenment. René Descartes, sitting in a stove-heated room in Germany, decided to doubt everything he could possibly doubt. Perhaps his senses deceived him. Perhaps an evil demon manipulated his thoughts. But one thing remained indubitable. The very fact that he was thinking proved that he existed. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. From this foundation of certainty, Descartes attempted to rebuild knowledge using reason alone. His method of doubt and his emphasis on clear and distinct ideas shaped how philosophy would proceed. Rationalism claimed that reason, not experience, was the primary source of knowledge. Baruch Spinoza, a lens grinder in Amsterdam, took this rationalism to radical conclusions. There is only one substance, he argued, God or nature. Everything that exists is a modification of this single substance. Humans are not separate souls, but finite modes of the infinite. Free will is an illusion. Everything follows necessarily from the nature of God. This deterministic vision, which equated God with nature and denied personal immortality, got Spinoza excommunicated from the Jewish community and reviled by Christians. Yet his ethics, written in geometric form with axioms and proofs, presented a vision of peace through understanding our place in the cosmic order. Gottfried Leibniz offered a more optimistic rationalism. This is the best of all possible worlds, he claimed, not because it contains no evil, but because God, in his infinite wisdom, chose the optimal balance of good over evil from among infinite possible worlds. Leibniz's metaphysics proposed countless monads, simple substances without parts, each reflecting the entire universe from its unique perspective. His principle of sufficient reason stated that nothing happens without a reason, even if we cannot discern it. Against the rationalists stood the empiricists, who insisted that all knowledge comes from experience. John Locke argued that the mind at birth is a tabula rasa, a blank slate, written upon by sensory experience. There are no innate ideas, only the ideas we build from sensations and reflections upon those sensations. Locke's political philosophy was equally influential. Government exists by consent of the governed, and when government violates natural rights to life, liberty and property, revolution becomes justified. David Hume pushed empiricism to sceptical conclusions. We never observe causation itself, only constant conjunction, event A reliably followed by event B. We infer causation from habit, but this inference lacks rational justification. Similarly, we never observe a self, only a bundle of constantly changing perceptions. The self is a fiction created by memory and resemblance. Hume's sceptical arguments about induction, causation and identity shook philosophy to its foundations. Immanuel Kant claimed that Hume's skepticism awakened him from his dogmatic slumber. In his critique of pure reason, Kant attempted to transcend the rationalist-empiricist divide. We cannot know things as they are in themselves, he argued, only as they appear to us. But appearances are not arbitrary. Our minds structure experience through innate categories like causality, substance, and unity. Space and time are not features of reality itself, but forms of our intuition, the way we necessarily perceive things. Kant's Copernican revolution in philosophy made the mind active rather than passive, shaping reality rather than merely receiving it. His moral philosophy was equally revolutionary. Act only according to maxims you could will to become universal laws. Treat humanity always as an end, never merely as a means. Morality comes from reason and autonomy, not from divine command or consequences. The Enlightenment's political philosophy transformed nations. Montesquieu analysed forms of government and advocated for separation of powers, executive, legislative and judicial, as protection against tyranny. Rousseau proclaimed that man is born free, but is everywhere in chains, arguing that legitimate government must rest on a social contract embodying the general will. Voltaire championed freedom of thought and speech, opposing religious fanaticism and political oppression with wit and reason. These ideas fueled the American and French revolutions, reshaping the political landscape. The 19th century brought sweeping, systematic philosophies. Hegel described reality as spirit realizing itself through history in a dialectical process. Thesis encounters, antithesis, producing synthesis, which becomes a new thesis. History was the march of freedom, each age advancing beyond the contradictions of the previous age. The rational is real, and the real is rational. History has a purpose and direction. Karl Marx took Hegel's dialectics but flipped it. Material conditions, not ideas, drive history. The economic base determines the ideological superstructure. History is the story of class struggle, and capitalism contains contradictions that will inevitably lead to its overthrow and replacement by communism. Philosophy should not merely interpret the world, but change it. Marx's thought would shape the 20th century more than perhaps any other philosophers, for better and worse. Søren Kierkegaard rejected Hegel's system entirely. Abstract philosophy misses what matters most: the existing individual facing anxiety, despair, and the need for authentic choice. Kierkegaard distinguished between aesthetic life, seeking pleasure, ethical life, following duty, and religious life, the leap of faith toward God. Truth is subjectivity. What matters is not objective knowledge but passionate commitment. His existential emphasis on the individual's radical freedom and responsibility influenced 20th century thought profoundly. Arthur Schopenhauer painted a darker picture. Behind the world of representation lies the thing in itself, which Kant said we could not know. Schopenhauer claimed to have discovered it: blind, irrational will, constantly striving without purpose or satisfaction. Life is suffering because will can never be satisfied. Temporary cessation of willing brings aesthetic contemplation, art's purpose. Permanent cessation requires asceticism and denial of the will to live. Friedrich Nietzsche went further. God is dead, he proclaimed, not as atheist triumphalism, but as diagnosis of European nihilism. Without divine foundation, traditional morality collapses. But this is opportunity, not catastrophe. We must revalue all values, transcend the slave morality of Christianity that glorifies weakness, and embrace a master morality that affirms life, power, and creativity. The Übermensch, the overhuman, is not a biological evolution, but a spiritual overcoming. The person who creates their own values and lives authentically beyond resentment and herd conformity. The will to power drives all existence, not as domination, but as growth, overcoming, creation. The 20th century splintered philosophy into multiple schools. Analytic philosophy, beginning with Bertrand Russell and G.E. Moore, emphasized logical rigor and clarity. Ludwig Wittgenstein's early work attempted to show the logical structure of language and reality. His later philosophy took a different turn. Meaning comes from use, not from reference to objects or mental states. Philosophy's task is dissolving confusions created by misunderstanding how language actually works. Phenomenology, founded by Edmund Husserl, sought to describe consciousness rigorously. Bracket metaphysical assumptions and examine experience as it appears. Martin Heidegger, Husserl's student, asked the question of being. What does it mean for something to be? Humans are Dasein, being there, thrown into a world not of our choosing yet responsible for creating meaning through our choices. Authenticity requires confronting our mortality and choosing to live genuinely rather than losing ourselves in the anonymous crowd. Existentialism flourished after World War II. Jean-Paul Sartre proclaimed that existence precedes essence. Humans are condemned to be free, radically responsible for creating their own nature through choices. Bad faith is deceiving ourselves about this freedom, pretending we have no choice when we do. His partner Simone de Beauvoir applied existentialism to gender, arguing that one is not born, but rather becomes, a woman. Gender is performed and constructed, not simply given. Albert Camus confronted the absurd, the conflict between our desire for meaning and the universe's silence. Suicide is rejecting the absurd. Faith is escaping it. The authentic response is revolt, embracing life passionately despite its meaninglessness, like Sisyphus eternally pushing his boulder, whom we must imagine happy. American pragmatism, developed by William James and John Dewey, rejected abstract metaphysics. Truth is what works in practice. Ideas are instruments for dealing with reality, not pictures of eternal essences. Democracy is not just a political system, but a way of life requiring education, experimentation, and continuous growth. James defended religious faith not on dogmatic grounds, but because religious beliefs can be pragmatically justified for those who find them meaningful. Postmodern philosophy deconstructed traditional certainties. Michel Foucault analysed how power and knowledge intertwine, how institutions like prisons, hospitals, and schools create and regulate subjects. Truth is not neutral, but produced within power relations. Jacques Derrida deconstructed binary oppositions, showing how each term depends on its opposite, how meaning is unstable, always deferred. Jean-François Lyotard declared incredulity toward meta-narratives, suspicion of grand stories claiming to explain everything. Today, philosophy has become truly global. African philosophy, long dismissed by Western academics, articulates communal values, Ubuntu ethics, and distinctive epistemologies. Indigenous philosophies offer alternatives to Western individualism and dualism, emphasizing relationality and respect for nature. Feminist philosophy continues revealing how supposedly neutral reasoning often embeds male perspectives. Philosophy addresses artificial intelligence ethics, climate change, genetic engineering, identity, justice, inequality. It remains alive not as a settled body of truths, but as ongoing conversation, multiple voices engaged in humanity's oldest project, understanding ourselves and our world. The journey through philosophy reveals no final answers, only better questions. From ancient sages to contemporary thinkers, from Athens to Beijing to Nairobi, humans have sought wisdom through reason, intuition, experience, and dialogue. Philosophy shows us that certainty is elusive but understanding is possible, that we stand on the shoulders of those who questioned before us, and that the unexamined life remains, as Socrates insisted, not worth living. Yet this is not where the story ends, for philosophy continues to evolve, responding to new challenges and integrating voices previously unheard. The 20th century's latter half saw philosophy grappling with language in unprecedented ways. The linguistic turn emphasised that many philosophical problems arise from misunderstanding how language functions. Ordinary language philosophers like J.L. Austin and Gilbert Ryle examined how we actually use words in everyday contexts, revealing that philosophical puzzles often dissolve when we recognise category mistakes or speech acts we perform unconsciously. When I say, "I promise," I am not describing a mental state but performing an action. The utterance itself constitutes the promise. Similarly, talking about the mind as if it were a ghost in a machine, Ryle argued, commits a category error, confusing dispositional properties with occult entities. Meanwhile, philosophy of mind confronted the hard problem of consciousness. How does subjective experience arise from objective physical processes? Thomas Nagel asked what it's like to be a bat, arguing that subjective experience has an irreducible first-person character that third-person scientific description cannot capture. Frank Jackson's knowledge argument imagined Mary, a scientist who knows everything physical about colour but has lived in a black and white room. When she finally sees red, does she learn something new? If so, physicalism seems incomplete. David Chalmers distinguished easy problems of consciousness, explaining cognitive functions, from the hard problem: why is there subjective experience at all? These questions remain unresolved, bridging philosophy, neuroscience, and artificial intelligence. Philosophy of science too underwent transformation. Karl Popper argued that scientific theories cannot be verified, only falsified. Good science makes risky predictions that could prove it wrong. The demarcation between science and pseudoscience lies not in confirmation, but in falsifiability. Thomas Kuhn challenged this orderly picture with his analysis of scientific revolutions. Normal science operates within paradigms, shared frameworks of assumptions, methods, and exemplars. But anomalies accumulate, crises emerge, and revolutionary paradigm shifts occur. Copernican astronomy replacing Ptolemaic, relativity replacing Newtonian mechanics. These shifts are not purely rational, but involve social, psychological, and historical factors. Paul Feyerabend took this further, arguing that scientific method is a myth. Successful science has always involved methodological anarchism, whatever works. His provocative slogan, "Anything goes," challenged the supremacy of scientific rationality. Ethics expanded beyond traditional Western frameworks. Peter Singer applied utilitarian reasoning to animal rights, arguing that the capacity to suffer, not species membership, determines moral status. Speciesism, he claimed, is as arbitrary and indefensible as racism. His effective altruism movement asks how we can do the most good with our resources, sometimes reaching counterintuitive conclusions about charitable giving and career choice. Carol Gilligan challenged the masculine bias in moral development theory, proposing an ethic of care alongside the traditional ethic of justice. Where justice emphasises impartial rules and individual rights, care emphasises relationships, context, and responsibility to particular others. This feminist contribution revealed how supposedly universal moral theories often reflected specifically male experiences and priorities. Environmental philosophy emerged as ecological crises intensified. Ananias's deep ecology rejected anthropocentrism, the view that only humans have intrinsic value and nature matters only instrumentally. Instead, all living beings possess inherent worth, and humans should minimise their interference with natural processes. Holmes Rolston. The third argued that ecosystems themselves have value beyond their constituent organisms. Environmental pragmatism, represented by thinkers like Brian Norton, sought practical solutions without requiring consensus on fundamental values. Convergence on policy can occur from diverse philosophical starting points. Climate change has made environmental philosophy urgent, raising questions about intergenerational justice, collective responsibility, and whether liberal individualism can adequately address problems requiring coordinated global action. Political philosophy experienced revival through John Rawls's A Theory of Justice. Rawls proposed a thought experiment. Imagine choosing principles of justice from behind a veil of ignorance, not knowing your position in society, your race, class, gender, talents, or conception of the good. What principles would rational, self-interested people choose? Rawls argued they would choose equal basic liberties, and allow inequalities only if they benefit the least advantaged. This social contract theory provided sophisticated defence of liberal egalitarianism. Robert Nozick countered with libertarianism, arguing that justice consists in respecting property rights and voluntary exchanges. Redistribution violates rights even if it reduces inequality. Communitarian critics like Michael Sandel and Alasdair MacIntyre challenged liberalism's atomistic conception of the self, arguing that we are embedded in communities and traditions that shape our identities and values. Identity politics and recognition theory brought new dimensions to political philosophy. Charles Taylor argued that recognition of one's identity is a vital human need. Misrecognition or non-recognition inflicts real harm. The politics of equal dignity seeks uniform treatment, while the politics of difference demands recognition of distinct identities. Nancy Fraser distinguished economic redistribution from cultural recognition, arguing that justice requires both, overcoming material inequality and overcoming status subordination. Kwame Anthony Appiah explored cosmopolitanism, defending both universal moral obligations and the legitimacy of local attachments and identities. We can be rooted in particular communities while recognizing our common humanity and obligations to distant strangers. Critical race theory, emerging from legal scholarship, examined how racism persists structurally, even after explicit discrimination ends. Derek Bell, Kimberly Crenshaw and others analysed how law and institutions perpetuate racial hierarchy. Crenshaw's concept of intersectionality showed how race, gender, class and other identities intersect, creating distinct experiences of oppression that single-axis analyses miss. A black woman faces discrimination different from what black men or white women face. Her experience is not simply additive but involves unique intersectional dynamics. This insight transformed how we think about identity, privilege and justice. Philosophy of technology became increasingly important as digital transformation reshaped human life. Martin Heidegger had warned that modern technology reduces everything to standing reserve, resources to be optimized and exploited, while obscuring other ways of relating to the world. Don Ide and Peter Paul Verbeek developed post-phenomenological approaches, examining how technologies mediate human experience and action, often in ways we barely notice. A thermometer doesn't just report temperature, it transforms our relationship with heat into quantified, precise measurements. Social media doesn't just facilitate communication, it restructures attention, identity performance, and social connection itself. Luciano Floridi proposed information philosophy, arguing that we live in an infosphere, where information technologies raise new questions about privacy, identity, reality, and what it means to be human. Artificial intelligence prompted urgent philosophical questions. Can machines think? John Searle's Chinese room argument claimed that computation alone cannot produce understanding, a person following rules to manipulate Chinese symbols without understanding. Chinese demonstrates that syntax isn't sufficient for semantics. But functionalists argue that understanding consists precisely in the right functional relationships, which machines could in principle instantiate. As AI systems become more sophisticated, questions multiply. If an AI system makes discriminatory decisions, who is responsible? Can AI systems be moral agents? Should advanced AI systems have rights? What happens when AI surpasses human intelligence? These are not merely technical questions, but profound philosophical ones about mind, agency, value, and the future of humanity. Bioethics confronted new possibilities and dilemmas. Genetic engineering, enhancement technologies, life extension, and human cloning raise questions that previous generations never faced. Should we use CRISPR to edit human embryos, eliminating genetic diseases but potentially creating designer babies? Is there a meaningful distinction between therapy and enhancement, or is it arbitrary and culturally contingent? Would radical life extension be good, or would it exacerbate inequality, environmental stress, and social stagnation? Transhumanists like Nick Bostrom argue we should use technology to transcend biological limitations, achieving post-human flourishing. Bioconservatives like Leon Kass worry that such interventions threaten human dignity and the wisdom embedded in natural limits. These debates involve deep questions about human nature, the good life, and whether some things should remain beyond technological control. Philosophy of religion evolved beyond traditional theism and atheism. Religious pluralism acknowledged that multiple religions might contain genuine insight, rather than one being true and others false. John Hick proposed that major religions are different culturally shaped responses to the same transcendent reality. Religious naturalism, represented by thinkers like Loyal Rue and Ursula Goodenough, seeks religious meaning and value without supernatural commitments, finding awe, gratitude, and purpose in the natural world revealed by science. New atheists like Richard Dawkins and Daniel Dennett attacked religion as irrational and harmful, while critics responded that they caricatured sophisticated theology and ignored religion's positive dimensions. Philosophy of religion now engages evolutionary explanations of religious belief, cognitive science of religion, and whether religious experience provides warrant for belief. Metaphysics, supposedly killed by logical positivism, returned with vigour. David Lewis defended modal realism, the view that possible worlds are just as real as the actual world, existing concretely though causally isolated from us. This outrageous-sounding claim supposedly solves problems about modality, counterfactuals, and properties. Ted Sider investigated fundamentality and metaphysical structure. What grounds what? Which entities are basic and which derivative? Debates raged about the nature of time. Does the past exist? Is the future real? Or does only the present exist? Do objects persist through time by enduring wholly present at each moment, or by perduring with temporal parts? These arcane questions connect to physics, cognitive science, and how we understand change and identity. Epistemology addressed social dimensions of knowledge. Feminist epistemologists like Sandra Harding and Helen Longino showed how supposedly objective inquiry reflects social positions and interests. Standpoint theory claimed that marginalized positions can provide epistemic advantages, seeing aspects of social reality obscured from dominant perspectives. Social epistemology, developed by Alvin Goldman and others, studied how knowledge is produced and distributed in communities. Testimony, expertise, scientific institutions. These social processes are essential to knowledge but raise normative questions. Whom should we trust? How do echo chambers and epistemic bubbles distort understanding? How does misinformation spread? In an age of information overload and epistemic polarization, these questions are not merely academic. Eastern philosophy gained recognition in Western academia beyond superficial appropriation. Scholars engaged seriously with Buddhist philosophy's sophisticated analyses of self, consciousness, and causation. The Madhyamaka school's doctrine of emptiness denies that anything exists independently or essentially. Everything is interdependent and conventional. This bears striking resemblance to contemporary metaphysical views about fundamentality and grounding. Yogacara idealism argues that all experience is mental, that subject-object duality is constructed, not given. These views challenge Western assumptions while offering resources for contemporary problems. Confucian ethics of roles and relationships provides alternatives to Western individualism. Taoist spontaneity and non-coercive action resonate with contemporary critiques of instrumental rationality and control. African philosophy, long marginalized, articulated distinctive approaches. Ubuntu philosophy emphasizes that a person is a person through other persons. Individual identity is constituted through relationships and community. This contrasts sharply with Western individualism. Kwasi Werdu worked to decolonize African philosophy, showing how African concepts and frameworks can address universal philosophical questions without simply replicating Western categories. Pauline Tonji insisted that African philosophy is not just traditional wisdom, but contemporary critical inquiry by African philosophers. This debate about what counts as African philosophy itself reflects broader questions about universalism and particularity, tradition and modernity. Indigenous philosophies from Native American, Aboriginal Australian, Maori, and countless other traditions offer alternative metaphysics, epistemologies, and ethics. Many indigenous worldviews reject human nature dualism, seeing humans as embedded in networks of relationships with other beings, animals, plants, land, ancestors. Knowledge is not abstract and timeless, but embodied, situated, and relational. These perspectives challenge not just specific Western philosophical claims, but the entire framework of disembodied universal reason. Integrating indigenous voices into philosophy requires more than adding new content. It may require transforming how we do philosophy itself. The digital age brings philosophy to new audiences and forms. Online philosophy communities, podcasts, videos make philosophical ideas accessible beyond academia. But this democratization has costs: superficial engagement, ideological echo chambers, weaponized philosophy in service of politics. Philosophy must navigate between rigor and accessibility, between specialized expertise and public relevance. Perhaps philosophy's future lies not in isolated academics, but in engaged public intellectuals who bring philosophical tools to contemporary problems, not claiming to have answers, but helping us ask better questions, think more clearly, see our assumptions, and imagine alternatives. As we survey this vast landscape, certain patterns emerge. Philosophy moves in cycles. Questions reappear in new forms. Ancient debates resurface with modern vocabulary. Yet there is also genuine progress, not toward final truth, but toward greater sophistication, clearer distinctions, more nuanced understanding. We know better what we don't know. We recognize complexity where our ancestors saw simplicity, ambiguity where they saw clarity. This is not defeat but maturity. Philosophy today is global, diverse, and multifaceted. It addresses ancient questions with new tools and contemporary problems with old wisdom. It spans from abstract metaphysics to urgent practical ethics, from formal logic to phenomenological description, from armchair speculation to engagement with empirical science. Some philosophers work on narrow technical problems, others address broad existential questions. Some seek precision and rigor, others embrace ambiguity and exploration. All participate in humanity's ongoing conversation about what matters most. This endless questioning, this perpetual wondering, this refusal to accept easy answers, this is philosophy's gift to humanity, a gift that remains as vital today as when the first thinkers gazed at the stars and asked why. Philosophy will continue as long as humans possess curiosity, as long as we refuse to accept the world uncritically, as long as we believe that examined life is worth the difficulty. The questions change, the methods evolve, the participants multiply, but the fundamental impulse remains: to understand, to question, to wonder, to seek wisdom even knowing it may forever elude complete possession. In this seeking itself lies philosophy's value and its beauty.